Okay. Of course, as soon as we start going, the furnace goes on full blast. That's the way it is, right? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to recreate this relatively obscure painting by Edwin Holgate, Joan Green Visiting the Artist in Morin Heights from 1938, or circa 1938. And I love this painting. I think this is, it's one of my favorite paintings by one of my favorite artists, as always. But I think this is like as close as we have to like a Canadian Mona Lisa. This painting is not found in a big book that contains all of his, or a lot of his paintings. But when I was looking to put together today's episode, we'll see a few more that are more well known. I just kept coming back to this one and thinking, like, this is a beautiful painting. I want to recreate. This is what I want to do. So I am going to do another episode, maybe on Sunday night, of another painting by Edwin Holgate, which fills in a very interesting chapter of his life, which we'll talk about when we talk about his biography here in just a few moments. So if you're watching the video after it aired, you can use the timestamps down below on the timeline to jump ahead. And I have to be done in 3.5 hours from now, so because that's when our nanny leaves, so I'm on daddy duty, so I got to make sure we're done by then. Yeah, we're gonna do get the image on the canvas. I'll show you how to do that. We're gonna stain it. We'll talk maybe briefly about his biography and fill in the rest later on in a future episode. And then we're going to go to the background, foreground, and finishing touches in 3.5 hours. Okay, it's going to be a race to the finish, everyone. If you're watching for the very first time, please hit the like button, the subscribe button, and then the notification bell so you know when future videos are happening, sometimes at odd times, like today's episode, which is not usually at 10 in the morning. It's usually at 4 in the afternoon. So and the schedule might shift a little bit because of the new year and our daughter going back to school. So also, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, please consider leaving a $1 donation through PayPal, the Super Chat, or contact me via my email, which is on my website, or through the Facebook group, which you should join the Facebook group. So the Facebook group grows day by day, a dozen or so people every day, and there's great artwork that people just like yourself are uploading to the group. Look at that, Maria. Oh, it's awesome. So once a month I go through this Facebook group and give people some feedback to help improve their artworks, but mostly we're just celebrating your achievements. I just think it's amazing that we have over 600 people contributing almost daily to this group. It's incredible how that's happened organically. So let's get going. Okay, let's move this big thick book out of the way and let's talk about how to get an image onto the canvas. Now I'm going to show you how you can download this image for free. There's a Dropbox link in the description below, and if you go to that Dropbox link, you'll see a whole bunch of folders, a lot of folders here. The ones that begin with numbers may be a little bit more complex. This one is technically a little bit more complex, I think. I have it with some of the less complex ones because these are all group of 7 stuff or related to group of 7. So yeah, the system's a little bit out of order. But nevertheless, let's get this image on here and okay. So I download in the Edwin Holgate folder this template, which there's also the painting itself, which you'll see here momentarily again. And I'm just going to tape this down. I think right in the middle's fine. There we go. I'm painting on a 9x12 sized canvas board, by the way. 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, 9x12 board, so it's just a little bit bigger, so I often extend things off the edges there. I'm also going to use some carbon transfer paper to get this image onto the canvas. And as a reminder, you can do this with your own images. You can use this little technique, which some people might call cheating. I just think it's a process, it's a tool, just like anything else. Every artist's used things like this that some people might say are cheating. I'm not sure why so many people have these moral hang-ups on using techniques like this. You wouldn't go to your dentist and insist that they use their intuition when extracting your molar. I don't want you to use x-rays or any technology that might help you do a better job. I want you to just sort of feel it out and use your genius to decide which one of my teeth you're going to pull. And you know what? If you accidentally take the wrong tooth, I'm okay with that, because I'm all about authenticity. Right? It sounds ridiculous when you put it in a different field, but that's what I hear whenever I hear people talking about how this kind of thing is cheating. It's like, oh, okay, well, you can do it your way, I'll do it my way, and I'll do it the way that I'm sure every single artist before me would have done it. Well, not every single one. There's a few who just love a little bit of, who are masochists that love to make their lives as difficult as possible. And of course, there's nothing wrong with, there's certainly valuable lessons to be learned from drawing it out all by yourself. I've taught an entire course here on YouTube on how to draw, so you can watch that. And that would help you do this from scratch if you wanted to. But you could also, download all of the Dropbox folders, put them onto a USB stick, take them to your work or to a local, Kinko's or UPS store and print them all out, and then you'd have a giant stack of all of them, and then you can flip through them and decide which episodes you want to draw or paint. Because of course you could just take this and just draw it, right? You could trace it onto a piece of paper and then use coloring pencils instead of coloring paint to create this image, which is partly how I'm creating my graphic novel. So, which I am furiously working on, to the delight and stress of my publisher, which has been delayed over and over again. We've been working on this for, I don't know how many, 5 years now. And COVID definitely slowed things down, and my teaching schedule. So people are always asking about it on the channel, and trust me, when it's done, you won't be starved for information about it. I will talk about it at length and show you lots of information about it. Okay, so I think, oh, well, I forgot all those leaves. Oh, and her shoulder. With these leaves, let's just draw this outline here. I don't think, I mean, I'm just going to kind of eyeball all of this, but let's just get some consistency. I think that's good enough. I'll just put a few in here so that if I, yeah, that's good. Anything else missing? Okay, looks good. Wow, look at all the people in the chat there. Deborah says hello. Pascaline. Pascal. Pascal's nice. Here, a paint race. You're on. Okay. So, I think that is good enough. Let's move to the next step here, the Imprimatura. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stain this canvas with a little bit of color. And the color that I'm going to use is from this brand of paint. It's called Amsterdam paint. And I'm going to put this warm yellow onto the canvas. Now, typically, most artists wouldn't put a warm yellow like this. They would put a kind of a brown, a rusty red there. But I really like using this warm yellow to get the painting started. I just think it imbues the painting with this kind of warm glow, Kodachrome kind of quality. So I'm going to use it. You don't have to. I'm sure that there's people who will tune in and just think like, this guy is crazy. Are you kidding me? You're not supposed to do that. But you know what? I've been doing it for 200 plus episodes already, and it seems to be working out pretty well. And I've said this many times. I've done paintings side by side using the quote-unquote proper traditional technique, and then I've done paintings using my approach side by side, and by the end of the painting the difference is negligible. Okay, so what I just did is I put 2 yellows, 2 reds, and 2 blues because I'm using a split primary palette. That means we have a cool yellow and a warm yellow. Cool red, cool blue, warm blue. Now, and as well as some white. I'm going to mix my own black, so I'm not going to use black. I do have some, but I think it's easier just to mix my, well, it's not necessarily easier, but I think the results are superior. Now, if you don't have Amsterdam paint, you can use Golden, you can use Liquitex, you can use Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supplies, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Daler-Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chroma Color, but not Museum Color, because they put white in all of their colors, meaning you cannot mix your own black. You can only mix a gray. Nothing wrong with gray, but if you want black and you're getting gray, that's super frustrating, right? So I would not recommend using this. There's a bunch of questions in here. Let me get this next process started, and I'll answer some questions there. Okay, so let's move this out of the way. So I got a little bit of my warm yellow here. I'm going to put a little bit of water on the palette. Yeah, that's enough. Maybe just a little bit more. This is the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylics. I have used water in the past in some of the earliest episodes, which is fine. I was doing that just because I know most people do that. So I wanted to also see, you know, if I could use kind of some of the techniques that are most commonly used, if not necessarily the recommended approach. And then I decided, you know what, I'm a teacher here. I should be teaching people, to the best practices, what we call it. So instead of using water in your acrylic paint, you should strongly consider using a medium, like matte medium or gloss medium, or a glazing fluid or a slow dry medium, all of which kind of behave very similar to water. It makes it maybe a little bit more fluid-like, but don't interrupt the bonding properties of the paint. Okay. There we go. And let's clean that brush. Deborah says, this is a good time for me. That's great. I'm going to have to think about moving these, my regular time, so we'll see which ones, where this all shakes out over the next few months. Pascaline says, paint race, here we go. Since I allow myself to trace most work, I enjoy painting so much. Yeah, because if you're tracing your image, it then allows you to focus on painting and not the drawing. So many times people do incredible paintings, but they're not happy with the drawing underneath. As far as I'm concerned, that's two distinct things, but sometimes people can't get over how awkward the drawing looks like, no matter how they've applied the paint to the canvas. Pascal says, can I trace after the Imprimatura? You can. One thing that can happen is if you put your carbon paper on top of paint, obviously you'd want it to be dry paint, but even if it's on dry paint, sometimes I notice that it will stick to the surface of the paint. So you'd really want this Imprimatura to be really bone dry. Like, you'd want it, maybe even leave it for an hour or two beyond just blow drying it, because otherwise that carbon paper will kind of stick, and then you peel it off, and then you might see patches of discoloration as literally the graphite stuck to the surface, right? I have done it before, and the reason I'm saying this is out of experience. I've done it live on the channel at that a few times in the past. So, and Johan Bach says, Michael, did you have a Dropbox folder for the course materials for the beginner's drawing course? I do. I'll post the link after today's episode. I'll put a link in there. Thanks for reminding me. I think you sent me a message before. I think I've had a dozen messages before, but it's just things going on. So let's move to the next step. So let's talk a little bit about who Edwin Holgate was, and why he's such an important figure, and why I really wanted to focus on his work today. So let's move this out of the way. Let's see. So Edwin Holgate is born in 1892 and dies in 1997, and lives to the ripe old age of 84 years old, and was very productive as an artist throughout primarily his kind of big period is the 1930s and 40s. He's obviously painting the 50s and 60s, but really, you know, the period of work and the art that we're looking at is from his kind of high watermark of the 30s. And ultimately, he becomes a member of the Group of Seven for about a 5-year period of time in the 1920s and early 30s. But oddly enough, he is known primarily as a portrait painter, which is unusual for the Group of Seven because, for the most part, all of them focused primarily, entirely on the landscape. So we are going to be doing a landscape painting of his later this week, because he did do some landscapes, and that's what the Group of Seven is really known for. And there are a few other artists like Varley and who else did portraits? Really Varley, Carmichael, I think, did a few. I mean, again, really, they really focus primarily on the landscape. So I do think that certainly separates him from the rest of the group. He was also a late joiner to the group, and for a while he was the 8th member of the group. So some people had left, and then a couple new people joined, and things kind of went back and forth as people's lives kind of took on different directions. So what an interesting life this fellow had. I ordered his biography, but obviously hasn't arrived in time, so I've just been reading the exhibition catalog here of his retrospective. But so he's born in Allendale, Ontario, and when he's a young child, the whole family moves to Jamaica. So he's 3 years old. The family moves to Jamaica because his father's working as an engineer, and they're doing various construction projects down there. And so you can imagine being, I have a 3-year-old upstairs playing with her nanny, and you just imagine being surrounded by that, going from Toronto, wintry Toronto as it is right now, down to the palm trees of Jamaica and steel drums, and seeing that for a few years until he moves back to Toronto at age 6. And so he's kind of sent by his family, who are really primarily staying in Jamaica, back to Toronto. So he's in a school there by himself. Imagine maybe his mother probably came back with him while his father continued to work, until eventually the entire family moves back to Montreal, or from Jamaica to Montreal. And so it's Montreal where he's most closely associated. He really grows up in Montreal and later has a really large impact on the Montreal art community. So he goes from being a Torontonian to a Jamaican to a Montrealer. And while he's in Montreal, he takes classes at the Art Association of Montreal, where one of his major teachers is William Brimner, who also is a really important teacher of A.Y. Jackson. Now, A.Y. Jackson is a little bit older, so I don't think their paths would have crossed when they were in school, but it is interesting to think, because A.Y. Jackson is a Montrealer by birth, and later on that becomes important because the two of them eventually, when the Group of Seven folds up, they start their own art move, or collective, I guess, art group, the Canadian Painters. But during so from 1912, 1914, he goes to l'Académie de la Grande Chaumière in Paris, where he's studying art there. But he finds it, the whole process of studying art in general, the various different schools that he went to, quite disappointing. I don't know if it's written in here, but he says while he's in school, he meets a bunch of different friends, and they go on these trips, like backpacking around Europe before that was really a thing, which to his credit would have, this is a time really before tourism as we know it. So if you're traveling as a young person 100 years ago throughout Europe, it's a pretty hardy kind of experience. Often you're probably trying to meet people and convince them to let you sleep on their couch kind of thing, right? So he has a quote somewhere of that he learned more from painting alongside his friends than he did the entire time he was in school. One of the really interesting things is, so he meets some Eastern European, Russian, and Ukrainian artists and goes on a trip to Ukraine to paint with them and to meet their families, etc. And while he's in Ukraine, World War I breaks out. So the painting we're going to be doing on Sunday, I think, is a landscape painting he did just outside of Kyiv. Which, considering what's going on in the world today, as I was reading all of this information about his travels through Ukraine, I was like, oh my goodness, how fascinating that there's this young Canadian artist who's traveling through Eastern Europe right as World War I breaks out. And because this war breaks out, around originally kind of, well, in the Baltic states, but ultimately, in Belgium and France and Germany, chaos everywhere. He's kind of a little bit further east of where a lot of the original part of the conflict goes. So going back west to go back to Canada is not an option. So he ends up traveling through I think it's the Trans-Siberian Railway all the way to Japan, taking a ferry or a boat from Tokyo to Victoria, British Columbia, then to Vancouver, and then the train all the way back across the country. So this is a journey that I think is, worth, a lot more storytelling about. Like, as I was putting it, I was like, wow, there's a movie here waiting to be made about Edwin Holgate's experience at the outset of World War I, because eventually, he reestablishes himself in Montreal, and he must have had he had paintings he made and sketches, and I'm sure lots of stories. So I don't know if there's an autobiography or any kind of notes maybe in an archive somewhere. And oddly enough, Edwin Holgate is probably if not the least, one of the least well-known of the group of 7 artists. There's the Canadian Art Canada Institute has websites dedicated to, I think, almost all of the group of 7 members except Edwin Holgate for whatever reason. Despite the fact I think he's got one of the most interesting stories, and certainly an incredible portrait painter. What else do I want to say here? So he's just want to so he's who I'm trying to think. Was it Johnston? One of the members of who I think is maybe next week's artist leaves the group of 7, and then A.J. Casson joins, and then it's Edwin Holgate. So there's this kind of period of time in the mid-1920s where after, the group of 7 forms in 1919? Now that I think, is it 1919 or 1921? Let me I gotta get my dates correct. 1920? Split the difference. I don't think it's 1920. I want to get my date correct here. Okay, so they form in 1919, but their first exhibition's 1920, right? So there's really from the beginning of the group of 7 being established, there's a lot of excitement and there's some exhibitions, but then, you know, you have, these are guys that are in their, you know, late 20s, early 30s. They're starting to form families, and there's not a lot of people buying art in Canada at the time by Canadian artists. A lot of people who are buying art in Canada are buying European artists. It's a struggle, so a lot of them are taking jobs, teaching jobs, and sometimes they're having to leave Toronto and go to Montreal or go to Winnipeg, Vancouver. So that group that initially is kind of a bunch of young single guys in Toronto in 1920, by 1925, people are starting to kind of spread out. And so that's how Edwin Holgate eventually joins the group. And there was talk for 5 or 6 years before that of like, you know, this guy, Edwin Holgate back in Montreal, who I'm sure probably by that time A.Y. Jackson would have been familiar with, was like, this guy's amazing. He's an amazing portrait painter. I don't know if, what do you think? Maybe we could get a portrait painter into our group. What do you guys think? And eventually, by 1929, he's invited to join the group and exhibits with them over the next few years. It's also through, you know, his relationship to A.Y. Jackson that they formed the Beaver Hall group, which the Beaver Hall group was sort of like the Montreal version of the Group of Seven. You know, oddly enough, 2 members of the Group of Seven are also in the Beaver Hall group. One thing about the Beaver Hall group is that roughly half of the members of that group, which was much larger, were women. Right, so whereas the Group of Seven was this narrow group of 7 guys, Beaver Hall group, founded by Edwin Holgate and A.Y. Jackson as a Montreal-based group, I think has maybe 24 or so different artists, roughly 20 of which are women. And then later on, he goes on to help found the Canadian group of painters, which is not just a Toronto or Montreal art group, but a Canadian group with people in Vancouver and Calgary and Edmonton, Winnipeg, Halifax, and St. John's, 2 St. John's here in Canada. So there's, as time goes on, there's kind of recognizing that we need to keep expanding, and having a more expansive group is ideal. There's lots more information here. He does participate in the War Artist program during World War II, where he makes a lot of paintings with the Royal Canadian Air Force. Again, there's not a lot of pictures online about him, so maybe I just want to show some pictures from this book. I should also say that he's also known as well for his printmaking, for having done like etchings and wood engravings, etc. I mean, I think these are beautiful. You know, these lumberjack drivers. So this probably would have been created alongside going on adventures with other Group of Seven members to Algonquin Park in the early 1920s. All the while, they're all kind of like trying to suss him out, see if he's someone who could eventually join their group. I mean, just take a look at some of these drawings. Like, these are epic, incredible artworks. This figure 1 is not by him, but these ones are. Right? Is that? What am I looking at? Figure 1 catalog. These are not numbered, so I don't know. Let's get to some of the color images. We have a pretty handsome guy here. He's walking with a canvas in his hand. You know, he's got his like little Van Gogh hat. He's gonna go do some paintings outside. I love these really kind of quick sketches here. It's so beautiful. This painting, by the way, here just sold, well, about 10 years ago. It has, I believe, the current record for most expensive painting ever sold by Edwin Holgate, the Near Amiens, which was, you know, during World War I, right? So he's got these. So he did serve in World War I. So it's interesting that he goes all the way from Ukraine, all the way across to Siberia, to Japan, goes back to Victoria, Vancouver, takes a train to Montreal, enlists in the Canadian Expeditionary Force, and finds himself back in France like a year later. So he basically went all the way around the world, only, you know, to return to the war front. So here's these sketches and paintings that he made as a soldier, and eventually becomes part of the War Artist program. But this is there's a video on YouTube of Heffel, I think it's Heffel or Christie's, doing the auction of this painting for $550,000. Or $500,000, but I'm sure there was the buyer's premium or whatever on top of there. Just want to show some more of these beautiful portraits. I love this painting, The Woman by the Door. As we'll see with today's painting, kind of a convention artists often use is placing their figures in a doorway to help create this sort of double frame. This is also, this cellist here from 1923 is also a very famous Edwin Holgate painting. Like, this might be this, and another few that I'll show here are probably more well known. I have done an outline for this painting, so maybe one day we'll do that. Here's another, I love this portrait here. Professor of Mathematics from 1924. Like, the distortion of that face is remarkable. I also love this painting of the Lumberjack from 1924. I also strongly considered doing this. I thought, like, thematically with the Group of Seven, this also makes a lot of sense because, you know, they painted in Algonquin Park, which is possibly where this was created, or where this image would have, you know, the inspiration for it would have been, because Algonquin Park, when all of these guys were there, had just been clear cut. It was originally a giant logging operation that logged most of that park. So when they're going up there, they're not seeing Algonquin Park, which is now a very famous place for camping and fishing for people from not just Canada, but a lot of Americans go up there, which is about a 2-hour drive north of Toronto. But and it's famous now for its sort of lush, undisturbed landscape. I just think the irony is that it was completely logged, like the moon, the surface of the moon. There was nothing left. This is also a kind of famous painting of his, the Indian grave houses, because he did travel out west. He went to Haida Gwaii, and I wonder if, you know, the paths would have crossed with Emily Carr, who was also up in that area. And, you know, here's a painting by a young Jamaican girl. So I don't know if he went back to Jamaica in the 1920s to study here. Now, there are some paintings. He really liked making paintings of nude women next to the shoreline. So just so I don't get this video taken down, we'll just skip over some of those paintings here, but you can find them online if you like. This is arguably the most famous Edwin Holgate painting of all. I do love this painting, Ledvine, and there's a really interesting story behind this painting, but I prefer the painting we're going to do today. Which is why I selected that painting. Here's this beautiful self-portrait, I think is just really cool. I mean, I can tell you that this looks a lot like some of my colleagues at Emily Carr. There's a lot of men who dress like this and wear scarves in the middle of summer. This is a painting of his wife. This is also a fairly well-known artwork by him. His wife Frances. And I've done an outline for this painting as well. I think this is absolutely gorgeous painting. Young Woman from 1937. So you can see we're all in the same kind of vicinity of... this also, by the way, is also a portrait of his wife, and it's just called The Head, oddly enough. I was watching a video just the other day kind of talking about this, and it's strange that he decided to call one portrait of his wife, call it his wife, and this one just The Head. It was making some allusions, potentially he had her dress up like this to kind of replicate some of the looks of women that he saw in and around Ukraine when he was traveling through there in 1914. So here's some of the paintings that he made as an official war artist during World War II. So here's on a boat, looking at, kind of looking down on the soldiers right next to the propellers. Here's these destroyers being outfitted in Halifax. Right, some of these remind me a lot of Varley's work during World War I, and we're going to be looking at Frederick Varley. He's our last member of the group of 7 that we're going to look at. These submarines, right? So I just think these are really cool. And you cannot, these aren't online anywhere. These images of the work that Holgate did as part of the War Artist Program, which incidentally I was also a member of, and the fact that I can put my name in the same sentence as a great artist like this is humbling, to say the least. So let's move on here, because we could continue. Maybe just lastly, so he is buried in Mount Royal, or Montréal Cemetery in Montreal, and unlike some of the other members of the Group of 7 who are buried on the property of the McMichael Art Gallery in Kleinsburg, just north of Toronto. So he's one of the few members of the Group of 7 that wasn't collected, whose body wasn't collected by the McMichael Art Gallery. So, and this catalog that we're looking at, I believe this is from the retrospective from 2005, if you're at all interested. Great book. Some pretty good essays in there as well. So, Pascaline says, what medium did he use? These would be almost entirely oil paintings. There might have been a few watercolor sketches he did, and then also lithography and wood engraving etchings. So he's also known as a printmaker as well. Murdad says, hello, I'm very happy to meet you. I'm using your drawing classes. I'm an art teacher, and I'm an art teacher student from Iran. Welcome. Thanks for joining us on the other side of the earth. That's great. I love that you're taking the drawing class and that you're able to then learn things that you can teach other students. That makes me so happy that this knowledge of art is spreading around the world, and we can make the next generation that much more confident in being able to express themselves. Okay. So let's move on here. I want to do a little bit of an underpainting, especially on the face and hands, so that I don't lose those details under subsequent layers of paint. So you don't have to do the underpainting process, but I'm going to do it because I think it would be really helpful to have some information there in case we get a little bit heavy-handed with the way that we paint. This brush didn't clean that properly, so that's why it's a good idea, if you're, at the very least, when you clean your brushes, put a little bit of soap in there, so even if after you don't quite thoroughly clean the brush, that soap can kind of help keep the bristles from kind of sticking together too much. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix a dark, I'm just going to mix up like a black. Yeah, so let's take our cool blue and our cool red and, or sorry, cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red. And we mix these together and we're going to get a black, if we get the proportions correctly. Now, we're going to paint over every single one of these lines. So if it's a little bit more green or purple or brown, it's totally irrelevant to me. As long as it's dark enough that as I continue to paint over this, I'll be able to see either the texture of this paint or a little bit of discoloration under there. So let's take a brush Okay. So notice I'm not being perfect here. I just want to capture the shape and location of those eyes and her mouth. Maybe just her jawline here. The contour of her face. Her hair. I took an allergy pill right before class started, so excuse me if I'm a little bit, my nose is runny for a few moments. Ah, those fingers are brutal. Okay, so we'll spend some time cleaning that up. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to do, you could do the whole thing, potentially, like this, if you're really anxious. But I think that's probably good enough. All right. Those are the primary things that I'm most concerned about losing detail in. Everything else I can kind of figure out later. Yes, Johann Bach, Johann Sebastian Bach. Yeah, I'll put them in on that episode there, with a link to I'll try to do that right after today's episode. Wow, today I was running so fast. I have my cold tea from this morning. Usually I try to have a warm tea brewing just as soon as the episode starts, so that it, around this time I can now take the tea bag out and but today I'm a little bit out of sorts because I'm doing things in a different at 6 hours earlier than normal. So let's move to our next step here. So now that we've got the outline on here, we've got the Imprimatura on there, and we've done a very simple little underpainting, let's start working on the background. And for the purpose of today's episode, when I say background, I'm really going to mean obviously the window and the hillside and trees, but I'll also say like the leaves, the wall and the curtain, the chair, etc., so that our foreground is really going to be the figure in the front. I mean, we could say we have a background as through the window, and then a middle ground would be the area immediately behind her. But just for the purposes of these chapters, and just to make it more simple for all of us, I'm just going to have her as our foreground element here. So, if we look at the original image, and just think about color, how we're going to approach this, what we want to start is getting cool colors in the background, so that, and then using warm colors on her being in the foreground to create that sense of depth, right? And the more depth we create in a painting, I think the more space that one can navigate through as a viewer, and that's usually very satisfying, feeling like you can get literally kind of walk into this space and explore, that you could step out into this snow, crawl through that window and run around in there and make a snowman or whatever, right? Snow angels. So what we want to do is we want to get some cold blues and cold greens, even though these are just some these are actually warm greens that are muted, so we'll talk about that as we get there. And then we've got sort of some cooler teal colors in the background here. We have some warmer leaves, but these are also closer to us, but there's a bit of cold. So there's sometimes, just because things are in the background doesn't mean we have to necessarily always use the cool colors. We can use warmer colors there, but we want to modify them so that they're not leaping forward, that they stay further in the background. And that is a little bit more of a complex concept for some people to grasp. But let's start with the sky back there. So, which should we use? Yeah, I'll just stay with the smaller one. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my cool blue and I'm going to put it right here. Now, I'll put these side by side. If I was to paint like this cool blue right there, it's too electric. It's too intense, right? Like, look how intense this curtain is. We don't want the sky, which is, hundreds of kilometers or miles back in the distance, competing with the curtain right behind her head. So we want to mute this a little bit. So we want to take one way of adding some atmosphere, muting that, is to add white to that color. But if we add too much white in here, then it's not going to be, it'll be too light. So the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of black to this color, so that we're creating a bit of a gray. I think we need a little bit more black. And that's just going to kind of mute that a bit. Now, I personally wouldn't be so bummed out about having a really, a whitish, cool blue in that background. But for our sake here, I'm going to use this, and we'll just see how they compare. Okay. And then I'm just going to take a little bit of white. It's a bit too much. Put this down here. And then I'm just going to kind of blend it up. Right? Just going to take that excess off. I'm just going to go back. So we get that nice little fade. And then you can even go back down the other way if you like. Now that might dry, and some of that yellow might come through a little bit. In fact, I'm just let that dry. Because every time I get impatient and I try to kind of toggle with something while it's a little bit wet, the painting will punish me. It'll say, nope, you're not going to get away with that. So now let's do a little bit of this snow. So I'm just going to take more white. And I'm going to take some of this paint that was on there originally, but just take some of this. So it's not pure white. And first of all, I'm just going to paint this area under here. Put a few areas. Oh, actually, if this is where the wall goes, that would make much sense for it to go in front. Okay, so just a few little gaps of snow coming through there. Okay. And then let's take this darker color, and maybe even let's make it a bit darker. Actually, you know what? Let's quickly blow dry all of that there. Okay, just as a little heads up, I'm going to have to run upstairs soon here to get our daughter ready to go to school with her nanny. And then I'll come back down and continue. So it's a bit of a race. Okay. I guess I could. Let's just tidy that up a little bit. Okay. Looks a little bit patchy. Ah! Let's do those trees next. So what I'm going to do to get these trees that are in the background, I'm just actually going to add yellow to that dark color that I was just painting the kind of sky there with. And you can see that this kind of color gets, you know, very blah. It becomes almost like a warm green. And I'm just going to paint this quickly all over here. So you can see this is how, when I'm racing to get a painting done, this is what I do here. I want to try to get as much of this just sort of plotted in as possible. It's not particularly clean, or I probably should have used a bigger brush to do that, but again, we'll tidy as things go. Things get cleaner and more refined, so that's good. Let's move on to the wall. Well, yeah, let's move on to the wall. So technically, now we want to move to a warmer color now. Let's get a bigger brush. So I'm going to take my warm blue and a little bit of white and my black, and let's mix this up together so you can see. Now that's still very saturated, so let's take more black. And interesting that this area here is more green and this is blue, but let's take this. You know, worst comes to worst, I could always eliminate a bunch of these leaves that are there on the, oops, and this. So let's say I did, well, let's not just say I did it, This area kind of is kind of curved in a little bit. So I can just take a rag, wipe that away. I just got a text from the nanny upstairs. Or it's not really a nanny, it's a behavior interventionist, because our daughter has autism. That is working with our daughter. Says our daughter just had a huge poop. So, what time is it? Okay, I'm gonna have to go up there to change a diaper and get her ready for school here. So you'll have to bear with me. Pretty good. It's a little crooked there, but maybe I'll do that. Well, let me see. Can I fix that real quick? Probably gonna have to darken that anyway. Let me just... the reason why I'm sort of like, well, how can you let your poor daughter go on with a poopy diaper? Well, if I can just extend it for a few minutes, then I won't have to be away from the camera for so long, and just dead air time here, because then the person picking her up to go to school comes at 11:30. Maybe I'll just, while I'm here, I'll just take some of this darker color. I'll just bring this. Some of that lighter color snuck off the brush. Okay, well, that's just gonna selfishly move forward here. Let's do this green in behind there. So I'm going to take my warm yellow and And some of this blue. And get this green. I think we want it to be a bit more blue. There we go. And let's paint this. Well, it's even actually darker than I was expecting. That's okay. I'm obviously going to have to do another pass there, because that color is still semi-transparent. Let me get that curtain real quick too. So I'm gonna take my let's take that color here. I'm just gonna add more white to it. And maybe just a bit more of the cool blue on its own. Okay. Still got a couple of minutes before I gotta run. Actually, you know what? I think I gotta run right now. So let me just make a note here. What's better? Just look at the... Maybe I'll put the original painting back on. There's nothing to see in my studio, so I'll do that. I'll turn off my microphone. Let's just see where Aaron is. What? Where's... Huh. It's somehow... Okay. Just had to let Erin know where we were, and then we're downstairs waiting for her. Yeah. Daddy's doing his live stream down here at an unusual time, hey? What do you think of this painting that we're working on today? It's still a little bit wet up in the top. That's what it's gonna look. That's what it looks like right now. When we get a little bit more paint on it, it's gonna look more like. That's the one on the camera there. Look at them side by side. Yeah. Do you want to pretend you're painting on there? What if we were to do this? What if we get a little bit of red on here? Because we're going to have to paint this red. Yeah, don't want to put that in your mouth, do we? See, I'm going to paint that. Yeah, we'll put that in there. What have you got there, a little doggy? Yeah. When you put you down and you can explore a little bit, you're getting so heavy. Pascal says hello. Pascaline says she's so cute. Yeah. We haven't been down here a while on camera. Look how big you are. People watching the drawing classes saw you when you were a little baby. And when I would put you up on the table here, you would come up below the camera. Now look at you. Look how tall you are. You're gonna bump your head on the ceiling. You're more fascinated with what's going on in behind than you are in front, hey? Boingy, 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 boingy. Well, maybe while do you want to do a little exploring while I finish the painting? It's not really kid-friendly down here anymore, is it? I've got a little step that you're going to be able to step on here, and so you eventually will be able to make paintings with Daddy. We'll do father and daughter live streams, and I'll make a painting and you can make a painting right next to me on the steps. Yeah, that's what I've been working on the last few days. Pascal says it's Mr. Spock who's catching her attention. Is he Mr. Spock down there from Star Trek? Deborah says, remember when she helped us paint? Yeah. We should do another one of those when we were doing the Bridget Riley paintings a few years ago. Yeah. Oh. Erin and Ryan are here. Okay, say goodbye to everybody. Bye, everybody. Okay, back in action here. Thank you everyone for your patience. Okay, so where we last left off here is I had kind of just really quickly did the background, the wall, part of the frame of the window, curtain, and this back wall. Let's just take a quick look at them side by side there. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint the chair in behind her. So that chair is kind of like it's like a beige kind of color. So we'll start by mixing a brown. We'll take mostly yellow, take a little bit of red, so my warm yellow, my warm red, because this is in the foreground. Well, it's closer to the foreground, right? It's a lot like we're making a skin tone. So we're going to mix this together. And primarily, it's going to be like some white and put a little bit of black in there. So the difference between it and the skin tone is there's going to be a lot more red in her skin color. And in fact, this has got almost a little bit more of a greenish quality to it. So let's take a little bit more blue. Don't need much of it, right? Just a little speck of it. Maybe just a little bit more yellow. And then I'm going to take my black from before. Oh, that might have been, is that too much? Just to give it a bit more of a gray quality. That's pretty close. In fact, I'm going to paint with it, and then I might have to modify it anyway in a subsequent layer. So rather than trying to kind of get it perfect, I'm just going to use what we've got here. Now there is a lot of white in here, so it's basically going to obliterate all of my pencil strokes. So if you were really concerned about knowing where the shadow's supposed to go, you might have wanted to do a little bit more painting, underpainting in that area. Okay, let's get the handle, the armrest of the chair, I mean. Not too concerned about being a little bit sloppy because I'm going to have to go back over and do more work on the walls and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just roughly getting those in place. going to try to conserve some of this color from my brush. Put it back on the palette. Nikki says, "Hi everyone, hope you guys had a great New Year. Looking forward to our teacher who's not on camera. What's going on?" And I got myself a little bit of tea while I was doing all that racing around. So, we're doing good. Okay. The question I have in my mind now is, do I start doing some of these leaves now? Or should I wait until I've got more of this background established? I think it would be easier and faster if I sort the rest of the background and then put the leaves on top of that. So that's what I'm going to do. So let's instead move to I just put my hand in the wet paint there. Let's sorry, I'm just going to mute the microphone here. There you go. Clean nostrils. Okay. So, let's move on to a different step here. Okay, so now that we've got the background roughly in place, let's start working on the foreground. And as I said earlier, for the purposes of this, our foreground is Joan, the figure who is being represented here by Edwin Holgate, right? Even though technically maybe the couch is part of the foreground, just for these chapters, we've split it up that way. So to get the foreground, what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on her face first. And then, well, that's her face and her hands. I want to make sure I don't skip that. So I'll do face and arms, hands. And then I'll paint the shirt and her hair. Okay. So just a few moments ago, I mixed this color, which I used, this kind of beige color, for the couch, right? And to do that, what I did is I took my cool yellow, my warm red, and my warm blue. I also added a little bit of my black that I mixed using cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red. I did that much earlier when I painted those lines, right? I can use this same color here to make the face, but let's just do it again, just since, you know, it's always nice to practice this stuff, right? So let's take our warm yellow and our warm red and mix this together. So we'll have a little bit more red in here. Maybe that's still too much. Not too dissimilar from what we had prior there, though. Take some blue. Now we want less blue in the mixture than we had up here. We want this to be more yellow dominant. So really it's a very light brown. And of course, everyone's skin tone is a little bit different. So let's start with this. Let's take some white. Notice how when I'm doing this, I'm kind of mixing different little zones so that I can kind of go back to those colors if need be. So that I'm not just making one gigantic pot of paint all one color and be like, oh, that's not the right color. I can then, you know, if I want something that doesn't have any white, I've got this area. If I want something that's very white, I go right over here. I need something a little more blue, I can stir into here. So I'm kind of maximizing my palette. So let's zoom in on her face here. Actually, let's bring this right up to the edge. Okay, so what this tells, actually, let's go a little bit further here. It tells me that we want something a little bit more in this area with more white in it. Right, whereas this area right here might be more useful for maybe like towards her chin, etc. Right. So what we're looking for right here is what we call the local color, the color that is kind of mostly the most how to describe it. The local color is like the red of an apple. You know, if it's floating in space and it's perfectly lit, that's the red. And then we have highlights and shadows, right, that are modifying it. But really the local color is what that overall red looks like. And again, even if we don't get the color quote unquote correct, it doesn't, I'm not so concerned about that. I just want to get something in place to get this portrait started here. Okay, now I did do episodes where I talked about like the zones of the face and all that kind of stuff. Because I'm in a hurry, I'm just going to go as quickly as possible, and I'm just going to cover the face primarily with the same color. John Day says, "Sir, I've sent you a drawing Instagram. Please give me feedback." Well, once a month I go through all of the art that people have sent me on the Facebook group. So join the Facebook group and upload your artwork to the Facebook group. And towards the end of this month, I'll give you feedback along with all of the other 600 people that are uploading stuff to the Facebook group, okay? Because I don't do individual, otherwise I would just be on my computer all day answering questions. So by using like a local color like this, what I can do then is get this one in. It's going to occupy the majority of her face, and then I can use other colors to brighten or darken the face, like for shadows, etc. Don't forget the neck. And I'm just out of my own experience, there's been times where I've just gone and painted and forgotten to do that. Now, while I've got this paint on my, it's not particularly the most even coat, that's okay. Let's do these hands, because that's another thing. Sometimes I'm in a race and I paint everything, and then I mix new colors into my skin tone, and then I realize, oh no, I forgot to do the hands. And now the hands might be slightly different color than her face, and that's usually pretty disappointing. probably want to try to keep them as consistent as possible, unless they don't belong to the hands don't belong to the face that's above, right? For some whatever weird macabre reason, right? That's pretty good. Again, you can see it's not super even on there. That doesn't matter. I did just touch it with the back end of my brush accidentally and scooped some paint off. That's why I was painting after I said just leave it. Let's... Okay, so next step will be to paint her clothing. So I'm just going to use, the local color here is pretty much just warm red right out of the tube. So let's just do that. Warm red right out of the tube. Again, I'm not going to spend too much time getting this perfect, because in a few minutes I'm going to also paint more stuff on the couch in behind, which is probably going to overlap the shirt again. So there's no point in getting perfect lines here when in just a few moments they won't be so perfect. I also really, one of the things I like about this painting is this just bright, glowing red. Like it's very intense and captivating. It's a very bold color choice for Edwin Holgate to use here. And while I do like, there's a time and a place for everything. There's some artists whose the subtlety of their work is what sets them apart, like maybe Leonardo da Vinci, for instance, or Giorgio Morandi, who's famous for painting these still lifes of cups and bowls, and there's very little change in the value, meaning the contrast between light and dark. Everything is very subtle. And so it's just a time and a place for everything, and different artists have different things that appeal to them. But I like this kind of very bold. It reminds me of kind of early Renaissance art. Like red was the color of the Medicis. The Medicis, who were eventually became the Pope. There was a shared papacy between these two brothers. If you want to see an excellent documentary on art, which people are like, I've never heard of an excellent, entertaining art documentary. First of all, there's plenty of them. But it's called Medici's Godfathers of the Renaissance. It was a PBS documentary about 5 or 6 years ago. Incredible, super captivating. and it tells the story about, because they were the patrons for Michelangelo, Leonardo, Botticelli, Machiavelli, Galileo, and all of those people would hang out together around the table and have dinner and drinks. Michelangelo was basically adopted by them, so he's the young kid at that dinner table. I mean, can you imagine Galileo, Machiavelli, Leonardo in one room, let alone hanging out, you know, I mean, that's just... And Botticelli, well, Botticelli was sort of... That's a whole other story. He kind of was out of favor by then. He became a follower of Savonarola, the kind of Rasputin of his time. Fascinating stuff. Okay, let's get this dark blue, warm blue down here on the bottom. Now, how much black do I have? It's basically going to be... I'm going to take my black, actually. I don't have much of it left. So let's mix a bit more of it. I'm just going to mix it right into this color. A little bit more on the purpley side. Let's take some blue. I don't mind if it's a little bit off, again, because I might do more work here, different color, but actually that's not bad. It's a little bit more, yeah, a little more on the purpley side. Who doesn't like a little bit more of an eggplant color instead of just a blue? So when I said this is like the closest thing that I can think of to like a Canadian Mona Lisa, I wasn't kidding. Like, if we think of the composition of the Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci, which is, what, 15... I'm not exactly sure, but something like 1504 to 1516, I think, potentially. 1511. You know, there's a few features that are important. Obviously, her face and the smile, etc. But the way it's composed with the background in behind, and a kind of a very, it's a background that's devoid of people, and I don't think there might be a castle in the background of the Mona Lisa. I don't think so. Now that I think it's just a purely uninhabited landscape, if I recall. Some people consider the Mona Lisa to be the first landscape painting. I think it's a bit of a stretch, but it does have this very wild kind of space back there, of very craggly mountains and rivers. There might be a road through back in there. Pascaline says aubergine. Yes. It is, you know, it's definitely a little bit darker than the original, but remember... Oh, maybe should her leg... Let's, yeah, that's a little bit more natural, isn't it? Yeah, so it's a little bit darker than the original, but we're gonna put a little highlight there anyway, so no problem. Okay, I got an hour and 45 minutes to work on this. we can do that. So next, let's do her hair. So her hair is another brown. Let's do it over, so I don't have too many browns. Let's take our warm blue, mix it into this warm yellow and warm red. So I took a lot more blue in there because the more blue I put into my brown, the darker it will get. Obviously we could add black to it, but I would recommend using more blue so it stays, the color stays more, a little bit more colorful. Just trying to give it a little bit more nuance so it doesn't just look like one big blob there, because you can see he's painted these, you know, peaks and valleys, and it kind of goes up and down, and that's going to make the hair look a little bit more flowing. And then just lastly, even though it's not going to be super visible, these brush strokes, I think, will add a little bit of texture in there. Very subtle, but I think that's helpful. Okay, maybe just before I move on here, I'm going to paint her eyes. I'm actually going to use maybe the same color as her couch and just add a bit of white, more white to it. So it's not pure white, because pure white is really strong and intense. That again. Okay. Okay, so I think we've got the painting, a lot of it established quite well. So what I want to do now is complete the background, and then that will give us the remainder of the class to work on Joan herself, the subject of the painting, right? So, what do we need to do back there? You know, I'm the sky and everything back there. I could do that again and get it even closer, but I think it's okay, and I don't mind, especially if the background is a little bit loose like that. I think that's okay. I do maybe want to tighten up this hillside a little bit. Let's just get some of that previous paint in here. That was, oh, you know what? It was not that color. It was this color here. Sorry. It's my cool red or cool blue with some black and white to make it a little bit of a gray. So let's just take a bit more of this. It's a little bit purpley. If it's a little bit purpley, let's take a little bit of yellow. Bring in there, and that'll neutralize it. Let's be a little bit darker still. You know what? I'm actually going to lighten it up. I'm just a little... I don't want it to be so dark back there. And his isn't that dark either. Mine is just a little... So let's... I could go even lighter. Let's go lighter. Okay, I think that's okay. Now what I'm going to do, I want to just go through this water one more time. Just take some white. Take a little bit of this blue that's been... So this is the white that's in that snow. And because it's like snow, I want it to be pretty, glowing. I want it to be as bright as possible. do that one, the hill in the background. I'm just going to get a little bit more blue on there, make it a bit darker. Just because it's a little bit further away, I just want it to look just a little bit different than the one that's closer to us. I could add, in fact, let's just take a little bit more white actually. I'm just going to move just like I did sort of with the sky. And just blending that up there. Now it's easier to do if this paint is still really wet, right? Very subtle, but that's kind of nice. Okay. So let's do the trees next. In fact, I'm just going to quickly blow dry that. Okay, let's do this wall here. And so that wall, you know what, in fact, I'm just going to mix a little bit more black while I'm here. It's always helpful to have a bunch of that. So let's take some of our cool blue, cool yellow, and then lots of cool red. Roughly equal amounts. As I said, you know, you could just use black from a tube. You could. I think knowing how to mix that black, and you could see how quickly I did it. It's not like, you know, you need to spend hours doing it. Do I make it look maybe a lot easier than it actually is? Yes, I do. But it's something that comes with practice. The first few times it's like, what? I've got a green. Oh, now I've got a purple. Now I've got a red. Or it's because we've got maybe a little bit, we do have just a little bit more of one pigment over the other. So if it's a little bit more on the brown side, that tells us, or orangey side, that we've got a lot of yellow and red. Right, so when we're to mix, this is the colors we used. We used red, or warm red, cool blue, cool yellow. So if we were to get a brownish color, what we've got is these colors in abundance, and we need to add more cool blue to pull that color, which is kind of an orange, towards the blue in the neutral chord, where they cancel each other out. If it's a little bit greenish, then we need to add the red to pull that green in. And if it's a little bit more on the purple side, we need to use that yellow to pull it in, right? So let's, what we want to do is we want this warm blue here again. So I'm going to take my warm blue. I'm going to take some of this black. Let's mix that in there together. Now that's really good. That's almost kind of more the color I was intending to use for her her skirt or pants. I think it's a skirt, right? But that's just too dark for that far left-hand side, right? So last time I added a little bit of white into that mixture. Okay. And, you know, one thing I could do, I was just debating, should I do this? No, I was debating whether to use tape. We could use tape. Although, you know what, we can use tape without actually doing a hard edge. Let's do a hard. It's been a while since I've done a hard edge painting, so let's just do a quick and dirty hard edge here. Now, ideally, what I would do is put a little bit of matte medium on there, blow dry it, and then I'm ready to move on, and then paint this afterwards. But I'm going to do this the quick and dirty, fast way of doing it. I'm going, I want to make sure I don't push my bristle of my brush underneath the tape. So I'm brushing away from the tape so that paint can't sneak underneath the paintbrush. Okay. Nice clean line there. Let's do a little bit more of that. That's not what she did, but hey, we can still, you know, bend the rules a little bit. I'm going to blow dry that just to get it clean, because I'm going to do a harder edge on the other side here. So Pascal says, is white considered warm? You did mention that black comes closer to the front. Does white come closer as well? You can get warm and cool white and black. They're very specific, but most of the time people are painting with zinc white or titanium white or lead white. although most of the time, you know, lead white is highly toxic and rarely found or used anymore. It's all synthetic at this point. But oh, I forgot to. I was going to paint the trees first. So no, mostly so black, because it's so intense, will always want to leap closest. So if we think of a painting like a window, black is like a bug on the window. It sits right up front, which is why whenever I'm adding white to create grays to push those darker colors a little bit further back, including this wall. If I painted that wall black, it's just going to kind of compete with the foreground, right? And it's in behind her, so that would be confusing to the viewer. That's why I say if you're going to use black, what I would do is maybe on her eyes. Really, that would be the only place that I would put it, because that is going to, it's going to look so different than everything else that it's going to leap forward. But it's also, we're pretty tolerant of that when it comes to painting, that leaping forward of that paint. Even though technically it might come a little bit too forward. Just have to be careful. Trying to think of how I want to do this. Okay, let's take a little bit more white. So again, you don't want to do what I just did, which is paint right along the line. You want to paint away from it. You notice how I kind of went a little bit beyond, like I put the tape just a little bit further away. That was so that I can get a really nice clean line, and I don't have that line kind of coming up and under. Now it's possible a little bit of this paint might leak out underneath the tape. Not the end of the world. In fact, you see it all the time in paintings people make. It's just, you know, if you don't want it to happen, you could take your time and so paint exactly where I thought that paint would leak, it did. Underneath the tape. It's very subtle. Let me just show you. And that's oops, what happens when we're going quickly. See the tape, the paint went underneath it. So I could just move my tape over. I could potentially use a Q-tip to try to noodle that around. But I don't think it's that big of a deal. I'm just sort of more or less just demonstrating this technique. I'm going to blow dry this. I'll do a little bit more tape and then I'm going to move on. Ah! Thank you for all of the symbols there, Lolly. I appreciate that. So what I was just doing there is I painted that little bit more green background. And then as I went, I added, before it was dry, I just added a little bit more yellow into that green just to give it a little bit more brightness back there, because the light is coming in from the window. And actually this area right here is going to be the darkest area. Right? We could even go in and I could have darkened that area behind the curtain a bit more. Ooh. Got a mouthful of coffee or tea grounds in here. Ooh. Okay. Now I want to let's do the trees and the curtain. Which one did I think I did the trees first last time. Let's do the, doesn't matter, they're two different colors, right? So they're different approaches. Let's take the cool yellow or cool blue and cool yellow. I don't need too much of it. It's white. Okay, in fact, let's zoom in. Okay, so let's do this kind of quickly. So got that color in there. Let's mix a bit more of a slightly darker version. I just took my black, mixed that in. Okay. Just gonna quickly wipe my brush off. Now let's take a bit more white. Just a little bit more yellow. Let's get a bit more of my darker color back in here. So he's actually got a little bit more white in there. Oops. Maybe that yellow was a little bit too much. Ah, I'm just getting back. Well, I do want to get it a little nicer, don't I? That's okay. I gotta move on. Gotta move on, Michael. So remember, like I was saying, don't worry about that couch or the hair getting it all perfect or her shirt all perfect, because subsequent layers have now gone over top of those areas. Okay, let's do the trees in the background there. Let's take our cool blue, cool yellow. Kind of not too dissimilar to the color we've just been painting with. But I'm also going to take just a little bit of warm yellow and add that to this color a little bit. You can see I'm just sort of getting a little mix of different colors. Kind of a bit of a messy mix. I mean, those are definitely some warmer colors there. That's too light. So let's add a bit more black. Take a little bit of warm yellow. Let's get a bit more black in here. Take a tiny bit of white so it doesn't get turn into an actual black. I'm going to take a little bit of cool red. We haven't used any cool red yet. So I'm going to take that. I might keep it like this for now and not overdo it, because I still have the leaves of the tree right next to her to do. Oh, I don't know how to finish this in an hour and a half. I mean, potentially I could just skip over all of those leaves, but then I'd have a whole issue touching that up. So, yeah, I'm gonna do those leaves. We'll do that as quickly as possible. To do those leaves in the fastest way I can think of, what I'll do is I'm gonna take my warm blue here. I'm gonna mix it into my gray. I'm going to take a good amount of white. I'm also going to take some yellow because we want it to be green. I'm also going to take some black. So I'm basically making like a dark gray here for these leaves. Not the most appealing color, but very little of this color will come through the rest of the painting. It's mostly here just to provide, to block out the color that's underneath. In fact, let me just quickly blow dry this. Nikki says, Pascal, I can't find Takahashi Shotai. Did I say something? I don't, where's that comment? I don't see where. We did a Takashi Murakami painting? I'm not sure. Okay, so I'm just gonna, let's get on this here. So it is still a little bit transparent. You know, if I just painted this directly with actual just white paint, would be helpful, but then I'd still have to paint green over top, and I have to do another layer of green, so it's okay. So I'm not really going to detail every single one of these leaves. Some of them I'm just going to make go quite dark. So again, you can see I'm deliberately leaving little gaps there because there's probably going to be a little bit of the wall kind of popping through in different places, right? Okay, we'll let that dry for a moment. I just remembered that the floor, or the back wall, I intended to paint that. I'm just going to paint this actually quite dark. I'm just going to take my very dark blue. Making this a bit darker here. Okay, I'm going to blow dry this. And I'm just going to quickly, any places that need a little bit more covering. Another thing you kind of want to try to avoid is like that taped line, if you used tape there, or thick area, because you don't want that line of the wall coming through the texture of the plants. It just sort of like, it breaks the illusion, right? So... So you know what I think I'm going to do here, just because of the time constraint that I'm under, is I might paint everything else and leave these leaves here on the left, so that if I don't finish them, it's not going to be the end of the world, but I can kind of do that another time if need be. What I want to do is move on, and let's do the chair, and if I have time I'll finish those flowers or leaves. We're seeing those two side by side like that. So again, let's get our kind of beige color going here. So we have a little bit left over, but not nearly enough, so we'll have to mix this again. Let's take our warm yellow, a little bit of warm red. In fact, I probably didn't need all of that there. And a little bit more blue. So I got a darker brown. It could be darker than that, but let's just move forward. I put a bit too much white in there, and there was a bit of red. So this is a little bit more of like a skin tone. So I want a little bit more brown in there, and specifically a bit more blue. Oh, you know what I forgot? Just put a little bit of black in here. Like, why is that? Okay. I think that's good enough. Well, it's still a little bit more on the reddish side. Let's take... There we go. Okay. Okay, let's take a bit. Let's try to get this a little bit closer, Michael. Where's all this? Got red coming off of my brush here. Oh well, who cares if it's not perfect, right? paint police will have to come and get me. They know where I am. I do like that color he's using, though. It's so nice compared to this much warmer color, which makes much less sense next to that window. I don't know. Okay, before I do anything else, I just want to make sure, if I want to paint that over, I want to make sure that the other side also has this color, because otherwise I run the risk of having different colors appearing on the other side of her head here. So now if I do change it, yeah, I should, it'd be nice to have a oppositional, like this is two rose colored, we want a bit more green. So that's just the way things go. Let's blow dry that, and I'll mix that color again. Okay, so let's do that again. Let's take, we're gonna need a bit more of this blue. Let's take our white, or yellow, I mean, warm red, mix that together to get a brown. Let's get a deeper brown. Let's start with a deeper brown. There we go. Just really force it to get green. There we go. It's a very subtle difference, but I think it's an important difference. that will complement her, and the warmth of it'll make her skin look warmer and more alive. I mentioned one of my favorite quotes of all time is, "Slow down, we're in a hurry." Get it right the first time, because we don't have time to fix those mistakes. But you know, you never know. So, maybe I could have painted that color and just been like, wow, that's the exact color I need for that area. I never would have known if I was so fixated on, but you never know. So that's why sometimes the painting tells you what it needs. You paint it in there and then you go, yeah, nope, that's not it. You just have to be open to being wrong occasionally. All right, and I think that maybe I know that a lot of people don't like making art because it forces them to. You're putting yourself deliberately in a situation where you're losing control. You're going to find yourself frustrated at times. And people don't want to give up control, and they don't want to be frustrated, understandably. But the rewards from going through that process of trying to make it work, and then actually creating something that you're really proud of, I think are worth the challenges and the setbacks here. Okay, it's still not exactly right. That's okay. Pascaline says, are you considering splitting this in two so you have time for you and drinking your warm tea? I might have to. We'll see when our daughter is coming back from the nanny. I'm gonna blow dry this. Okay, so let's take that same color, let's make it dramatically darker. In this instance, I'm going to use a little bit of slow dry medium, which is going to slow the drying time down and just allow me to do a little bit of blending back there. I could do this as glazing. Glazing is just a little bit more of a time-consuming process, so this will allow me to keep some of this paint wet just a little bit longer and blend other wet paint into it. I'm just blending some black and blue in there to make an even darker version of this color. Take a little bit of the previous color I had there, mix it in with some of the colors here. Darker again. So all of this area is kind of wet paint because I use the slow dry medium in there. So as I'm painting with my brush, I'm picking up some of the lighter pigments and some of the darker pigments. And as I sort of just smudge them around, they're kind of mixing together, right? Of course, it won't stay wet forever, so you got to still have to kind of work kind of quickly. Let's look down here in the bottom left. place. Keep on going back behind her head here. All right, so I'm just keep dipping back. I've got these different areas where I've got darker and lighter colors to use, different values. So that slow dry medium is starting to kind of seize up a little bit, and it's becoming less and less workable. And I'm going to start running into the danger of accidentally removing paint while I'm trying to paint, as it sticks to the brush rather than onto the canvas. So that's okay. If anything too, if I'm really unhappy with the way that this color looks, because it's still very skin tony, flesh colored, I could also just do a quick little wash, glaze over top of it with a little bit more of a greenish kind of color. So I'm going to leave that for right now, because I think I will do that. And in which case, I don't want to do too much, because I might have to go back with my blacks and pump up the shadows a little bit. Okay. Yeah, if I do another part 2 to this episode, it'll be at like 10 o'clock tonight. Because I'll have her daughter, and then I got to take care of her. So I won't be able to to just take care of her and do this at the same time. I've tried. Some of you who've been with me for a while have known. I've tried doing that for a while. I had her little seat attached to the table here, and she would sit still for about 20 seconds. And then, yeah, so it's been a while since I've done that. I don't think things have improved dramatically over the course of that time. Well, it would be satisfying. We got 25 minutes. We'll see when our nanny texts me back here. Let's work on her face and hands. I think that I should be able to get a little bit of that begun. So let's make our flesh tone. Again, we're going to need to do a bit more of that, and so we need more paint on the palette. So to make her flesh tone again, this is where we were doing it. It's kind of, a lot of it's kind of gone away. So let's mix a bunch more here. We're taking our warm yellow, a little bit of warm red, and if we put some white directly into this, it gets very peachy colored. But we want a little bit of black in here to turn it into a bit more of a brown. I keep it a little bit more on the reddish side of things. There we go. And now we're just going to add some white to it. And again, I'm going to do the same thing where I have, you know, a much lighter version of that color. And then I have a kind of a medium version of that color. And then I have one that's a little bit darker. And even then, I feel like I need a bit more red in there. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to start with some of the darker values. So I might actually mix up a bit more of this blue in here. Take just a little bit more warm blue, bring that into this mixture. So on its own, that color, I'm not sure how it shows up on camera, almost has a slight greenish quality to it. And I think it's important to recognize that there's green on our faces, or it looks our faces can look green at times, right? Now, yeah, so on here it's going to look a little green. Here it still looks maybe is very subtle green. It'll look more powerfully green down here. So, I'm going to use this to do just some of those lines. So I put that paint down, and then I just sort of go smudge it around, and then I go back over the edges just to soften the edge a little bit, so it's not just this real hard glob of paint there. We're just kind of getting a little bit softer. So this is basically just a very dry brush, filling in those areas there. Okay, I'm gonna just quickly go down to her hands while I've got this paint on my palette and my brush. Like, this painting sold for, I think, $15,000 just a few years ago. I think it should be worth hundreds of millions of dollars, but I don't decide the prices and value of art. I just make it. But I think this is a great painting, which at some point will probably become much more well-known than it is today. That might take a couple hundred years, 500 years. Okay, let's come back to her face up here. I'm probably going to blow dry this in a moment, but okay, let's just clean these brushes. Nikki says, thanks, Michael, for trying to find time to teach us. Pascaline says, thank you indeed. Merci. Ah, de rien. So, let's... Just waiting for the nanny. I asked her to call me or send me a text 15 minutes before they come, so I haven't got the text just yet. I am going to blow dry all this. I still see some of the areas where I used the slow dry medium. It's still tacky, and I got my hand a little bit stuck on there before. So I'm just going to blow dry all that. Okay, so let's continue with what color should we do next? I want to go even darker. So it's interesting. It's one of those things where, you know, when I first mixed this color, I'm like, whoa, that's too dark. Ugh. And then you paint it and you realize, oh, yeah, not nearly dark enough. I need to go darker. So I'm adding a little bit more blue in here. I am just going to take a little bit of red, not too much, just to balance it. I don't want to get too green. We want some green, but I don't want it to be just like the green of the leaves that are there. So adding some blue and red is going to darken that brown considerably. It's also going to give it a slight maybe purplish quality, which is not necessarily directly in the face here and everywhere, but it's see, is that too dark? Might be a little bit dark, but I'll just use my finger or another brush just to kind of blend that in. So on its own, that does seem like it's getting pretty dark, but we're also going to lighten things as well. Okay, let's go down to her hands. Okay, let's come back to her face. Like they're still at the playground. That's great. Okay, let's go the other way now. So we took this green. Let's start doing some the highlights. So here's a little bit of a lighter version of a color here. You'll notice often like light colors can find themselves right next to a darker color. Right? You know, it's like it's darkest right before sunrise kind of thing. So often kind of the darkest area is like right there, right next to the top of the cheekbone, and everything else actually gets lighter because we've got reflected light coming in from the side there, or off of her shirt there. Just softening those eyebrows so they're not too pointy. Okay, let's go for something that's got maybe a bit more red in it. Might be a bit too much. Let's just split it halfway there. So I can even paint over a little bit of my darker areas with this, especially kind of right along those edges if need be. Just a little bit warmer on her cheeks, tip of her nose, her ears. On her lips. Okay, maybe just before I go too far, I just want to make sure I continue this with her hands. Now, he has painted this area is definitely much darker. Not surprisingly, because it's not getting the brunt of the light as her face is. It's a little bit in shadow down here. Okay, so I think what I want to do now is I'm going to start kind of refining some of these details on her face, like her lips, eyebrows, eyes, etc. Let's get a smaller brush out. So let's take our warm red, and I was just using a color just like this for her cheeks, but I'm just making it a bit more red. It needs to be just a bit darker than that. So her bottom lip catches much more light, so I want to keep a little bit of a highlight there. I'm just going to take a little bit of just a darker color nearby here. This was some stuff we were using on the darker side of her face, and just mixing that into that same red. Now there's this little area looks kind of severe, so let's just kind of take care of that. Let's go back to this darker color. Let's add a little bit more blue to it, and I'm going to take my black. Okay, so I got 30 minutes before they come back here. Okay, got an extra little extension. So this area where I painted just to the right of her head with the slow dry medium is still wet. It's wet to the touch, so it's still kind of tacky. And, you know, when I rest my hand on it for a moment, it kind of pulls up. And so just want to kind of avoid touching that as long as possible because it's just going to stay wet for extended period of time, which is why it's called slow dry medium, right? It's doing what it's intended, but it can be frustrating for some people because it slows everything down, right? And one of the things some people really like about acrylic paint is the fast drying time here. So just put a few little eyelashes there too. He didn't do that, but you know, when I'm working at this kind of scale, getting the likeness correct is pretty tricky. I mean, I'm using one of my smallest brushes here, and so anything that can one second. Just Nanny texting me here. Because, you know, my fear is if I make the jaw too angular, she'll look more masculine. I probably could have waited till later to do that, and just to see how things play out, but so I'm just adding a little bit of this black, very small. You want to make sure that it aligns with the top or underneath her nose. All right, so that this little I mean, I'm just barely touching the canvas as I do this. Okay. Let's get a little bit of cool blue and white for her eyes there. Could put a tiny bit of gray. Maybe I'll just let that dry before I go in and put her pupils in there. Maybe while that's all drying, there's still more work to do, obviously, but let's just take a small break from that and just go down to her hands. And I'm just going to do the similar sort of thing here. Sometimes if that brush gets a little gummy, I'm just going to take a rag, clean that off. I'm going to start with a red that's got a bit of this darker color in there. A little too subtle. Let's go right to something darker. Okay, I'm gonna take my black now. I see that Deepak says, "Sir, love from India. Welcome. Hello." And then Nikki says, people from around the world are watching Michael's art painting. Awesome. It makes me so happy that there's people from all over. I mean, this is something I never thought would even be possible a decade ago, so this is just so cool. Welcome, everybody. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let's go back. I need to make a brown. So let's do this again. Notice, when I'm painting, I don't mind if I get some of these colors messy and mixed in together. I like that as my painting goes, my palette gets a little messy. Yes, there are times where I might use another palette because I need a very specific color and I don't want it to be contaminated with other colors. But I think generally it's good to have the palette, because I notice, like, when I teach classes in person, there's often people who have like 5 or 6 palettes. Things keep expanding. And that's fine. There's famous artists that have done that and do that. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying that the way that I like to paint is I allow for a little bit of odd things to sort of appear on the palette, colors that I would not have painted ordinarily, that are kind of invented through just the chance encounters of those paints colliding together. So now I just mixed this brown, which isn't as dark as the previous color. Ay, ay, ay. I probably should blow dry that real quick. So right now her nose has a little bit of a lump in it, which is fine. I got a bit of a lump on my nose, but we might not want to, she looks a little bit more youthful in the image on the left. The one on the right, she's a little, what's her name? Katharine Hepburnish kind of thing, with that hair like that. If anybody watching knows who Katharine Hepburn is. It's a little bit of an older reference, I guess. Kind of the... So, that line is definitely much darker than what he originally painted in that area. I don't really mind it there, though. Especially on this scale, sometimes a little line work can be helpful or desired. So there's really barely any paint on this brush. I'm just sort of dry brushing with it, smudging it around a bit. Right, and to get that, you sometimes just take that brush, wipe it off on my finger. And that just helps ensure that I'm not going to paint a big glob of paint somewhere. You know, also her eyes, especially this eye, is a little bit smaller in the original, which I think is a really beautiful touch. I obviously didn't quite capture that exactly as I would have liked to. I don't mind though. The other thing too is he's outlined this darker. I'm debating to myself whether I want to do that, because I don't mind how mine's turned out thus far. So I'm just I'm gonna think on it. Yeah, Pascaline says she could be an actress in a Hitchcock movie for sure. Pascaline says, "Did you get Princeton brushes for Christmas? Is that what you're using?" These are Princeton brushes. So you can see how small that is. That's 18/0. And here's a number 2. The chisel blender. I really like these very kind of small brushes with kind of quite square tips. I think are beautiful. Okay, so, you know, when I look at this, I'm pretty happy with where I'm at the moment. I'll have to leave here quite soon. I'm just thinking to myself, what else can I accomplish in this relatively short period of time before I got to move on here. I'm actually, I don't know how it looks like really on camera, but I'm pretty satisfied with the way the face looks. She does look a little bit older in mine, and she's also not looking she's looking a little bit directly towards us, whereas in Edwin Holgate, she's sort of looking a little bit further, like almost as if she's sort of looking at a splotch of ketchup on her shirt, right? She's almost sort of just not really necessarily right in our eyes, but maybe looking at your chin or something. You know, she's like, "What did you have for lunch? Is that macaroni. Do I see a little macaroni piece there? Kathy says, we'll see if I attempt this one. I'm still working on my E.J. Hughes painting. So many great paintings to do. I'm afraid of this portrait. It looks too detailed. There is a lot of stuff going on here for sure. And it is a little bit tricky getting some of the details of the face in, which again is one of the reasons why I did do the little bit of eyelashes there, just to kind of, I was afraid that maybe I would get too masculine with that jaw. So you can use those little tricks, like including maybe making the lips a little bit more red than they need to be, just to emphasize that point. I think what right here might be a good place for me to stop for now. Our daughter's on her way home. So really, what I want to do over the next little bit here is when I get back, I'm gonna fix this. Add a little bit of shadow. In fact, let's just sort of see them side by side. A little bit here. Obviously, this leaf needs to be attached. Some work needs to go in there. That's good 45 minutes of work here. Her jacket is next. That's maybe another half hour, maybe, depending on how quickly I do things. I could be convinced to leave those hands alone. I think I might darken them a little bit. And then the sofa here, I'll have to see when it gets a little bit further, but I could potentially do a little bit of a light coating. In fact, maybe should I do that now? See, that slow dry medium area is still a little bit tacky. So if I let that dry for a few hours and come back to it, I think that would be ideal. Yeah, obviously in her hair. So there's a few things, but I got to say, like, for what we painted for just over 2 hours, this is a pretty good place to be for here. I mean, it kind of has a little bit, it reminds me a bit of the Picasso portrait of Olga we did, which is one of my favorite paintings. Remember we did a version which is a close-up on her head, and then one that was her upper torso. Basically, it's a very similar composition to this. You can see when I cut my hands, all my lines for the rest of her jacket are there, and that's going to be relatively straightforward. If anything, the main thing, my concern will be how to hide some of these lines. So I might actually paint a little bit of white highlights onto a few places to hide them. Okay. So we haven't done a split an episode into two in a little while, or really this might be the first time I've had to split them in half because of the internet or technical issue happening. This is the first time I'm taking a break because I got to do something else responsible, like being a parent. So if you're watching the episode for the first time and you got to this place, thanks so much for watching already. I really do appreciate everyone's support. Consider liking the channel, or liking this video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell so you'll know when the next video, the part 2 to this, is happening. Will it be 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, midnight? I don't know. Hit that notification bell so you will know. Of course, take a photograph of the finished artwork you've made, upload it to our Facebook group. And there's probably somebody who's got one there already. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, consider leaving one. There's a link to the PayPal description below. You can use it in the super chat function while watching YouTube, or you during the live streams, or you can send me an email, an e-transfer. My email's on my website. That link is below, and or contact me through the Facebook group, as many of you do. Okay, everybody, we'll see you guys a little bit later on this evening. Enjoy the rest of your day, your morning, evening, dinner. Maybe it's time to go to bed. Lolly, time to go to bed. Or, well, actually, no. It's probably middle of the day there. Usually I'm like, Lolly, go to bed. It's like 1 in the morning. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Have a wonderful evening, everybody. And we will see you all eventually. Oops. Come on. And there we go. Too many buttons. Too many switches and things. Oh, my goodness.